Is this on? Okay, wonderful. So we're gonna go ahead and get started. If I could ask everybody in the room to come around the table, that would be amazing, because as you can see, we are a very small group, being the first session of the day, I believe. Thanks so much to everybody for joining today. The session is Safeguarding a Trustworthy Global Information Ecosystem. And in this session, we are going to focus on the work of the Task Force on Trustworthy Information Online and the launching of a set of principles by that task force. We hope it's going to be an interactive session. I think we're such a small group, and a number of us are very deeply involved in this work, that I think it could actually be a strategy session for the task force, for the work going ahead, and for the principles. So maybe to start with, I could just give some context to the task force, and then we'll move into opening remarks and dig into discussion. So the Task Force on Trustworthy Information Online is a multi-stakeholder task force that has recently been launched in the Freedom Online Coalition. The task force is continuing the work of the Action Coalition on Trustworthy Information Online that was established by the Danish Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Wikimedia Witness, Global Voices, and Salesforce under the Tech for Democracy initiative by the Danish government. While in the FOC, the task force is going to be chaired by the government of Denmark and the Wikimedia Foundation. And the Action Coalition's intention was to identify solutions to support trustworthy information online. And the objective of this task force will be to carry forward that work and propose policy recommendations for governmental institutions and lawmakers with the goal of safeguarding a healthy online information ecosystem. So that's very broadly the task force. And then later in the session, we're going to get into the principles that have been proposed and the work of the task force. But to start with, first we'll have opening remarks from Allison Peters, the Acting Deputy Assistant Secretary of State in the Bureau of Democracy and Labor in the U.S. State Department. Allison.
Well, good morning to a bunch of very familiar faces and friends, and a sincere thank you in particular to our colleagues in the Danish government for their leadership in establishing the Freedom Online Coalition's newest task force on trustworthy information online, and also to our fellow FOC Advisory Network members, the Wikimedia Foundation for taking on the role of co-chair alongside the Danish government. As the chair of the FOC, we in the United States are proud of our partnership with both the government of Denmark and all FOC members, as well as the advisory network, to advance human rights online and an open internet that is interoperable, secure, and reliable for all. Digital media and information literacy empowers people to freely express themselves and arms individuals with the knowledge and skills to communicate and critically evaluate information. The United States is promoting trustworthy information online by bolstering our support for initiatives to address disinformation globally, from fact-checking initiatives to media literacy, while at the same time, we seek to also bolster an independent media globally. We're promoting and protecting open and resilient information ecosystems by addressing critical needs for at-risk journalists, fostering the long-term sustainability of independent media outlets, enhancing the impact of investigative journalism, and bolstering outlets' resilience to legal and regulatory challenges, including through our journalism protection platform. And I'll note here, we're very proud members, as is the government of Netherlands as our chair, and the government of Denmark of the Freedom Online Coalition. And we are going to continue to work through that global platform with our partners and allies to advance these efforts. I will note for this conversation, and I think for the broader community here at IGF, that we really have to continue to be mindful that our approaches to promoting trustworthy information online, including our efforts to counter disinformation, do not inadvertently undermine the bedrock principles that undergird democracies, particularly fundamental freedoms, freedom of expression, both online and offline. We've seen how governments around the globe continue to claim for themselves very broad powers to ban certain forms of expression all too often, misusing that power to repress peaceful dissent and silence the voices of independent media, civil society activists, human rights defenders, dissidents, members of religious, ethnic, racial, and other minority groups around the globe. That's why platforms like IGF are so critical for us to continue to bring stakeholders together to address these threats and challenges and strengthen our resolve to tackle them. So again, I just really want to thank you all for being here bright and early for what is a really critical conversation. This is just the start of the conversation, not the end, in our work in the Freedom Online Coalition, and we look forward to an exciting year and years ahead for this task force. Thank you guys so much.
Thanks so much, Allison, and it's great to hear the number of approaches the U.S. government is taking to foster trustworthy information ecosystems, and I think that really underscores the importance of taking a multi-pronged approach to this. And so maybe to just start the session, first I wanted to introduce our other panelists. We have Jan Gerlach, the Director of Public Policy from Wikimedia, Ivan Siegel, the Executive Director of Global Voices, and Clara Christensen, the Head of Section, Danish Ministry of Foreign Affairs. They all fill different seats: company, private sector, civil society, and government, which I think is great because it's important that we bring different perspectives to this conversation. And maybe to start with, it would be wonderful to hear from each of our panelists about what do you see as the key challenges to fostering a trustworthy information space, and how can the work of the task force help address these challenges? And maybe we can just go down the line, starting with Jan.
Yeah, hi, everybody, I guess. Key challenges is what you asked for. Yeah, so my name is Jan. I'm at the Wikimedia Foundation. We are the nonprofit that hosts and operates Wikipedia and supports a global set of communities that build Wikipedia and other free knowledge projects. And from our perspective, key challenges right now are, I think, a trend towards consolidation of power over speech online that is actually driven by lots of governments that seek to promote freedom of expression. And we're seeing regulation that unfortunately pushes the powers to make decisions about what content should be online and what is and isn't trustworthy onto platforms, whereas this knowledge is really held by communities around the world. And if we prevent people from participating, we're really not doing ourselves a favor. I wrote down a few notes this morning, and I was really thinking, you know, when you prevent half the world from participating in knowledge spaces, this is actually just also a matter of peace and security, to make it really a drastic statement here. When half the world is prevented from joining conversations and deciding what is and isn't trustworthy, then that void will be filled with misinformation. And I think that's a humongous challenge for all of us, especially in the age of generative AI that is powered by knowledge that is out there on the internet. And when half of that knowledge is not true, is not verifiable, is not trustworthy, then we all have a big problem. And I think that's sort of the challenge that we're looking at right now.
Yeah, thanks for that. And I think that echoes a lot of what Allison was saying as well, in terms of governments asserting power and control over access to the information, access to different types of information. I think you also see this from a commercial perspective as well, in terms of how companies are curating the information that we have access to. Ivan, it'd be wonderful to hear from you. You do citizen-related journalism. From your perspective, what do you see as the challenges?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ivan Siegel. Is this on? I'm Ivan Siegel. I'm the Executive Director of Global Voices. Global Voices is a large community of writers, translators, and digital activists, mostly based and focusing on global majority communities around the world. and we are coming up on our 20th anniversary this year. So we've been practicing the art of identifying and finding accurate and trustworthy information in online spaces, but with a particular attention to equity and diversity of voices and languages, asking whose knowledge, asking whose perspectives matter, and who do we hear, and how are individuals represented, how do they represent themselves in online spaces for a very long time now. And interestingly, the basics haven't changed that much. The core question still is, I think, for a trustworthy information online space is you have to have a open, interoperable network that has something like a common carrier system, and you have to have user agency. That's the first step. And then the second is the healthy, and across society, a healthy promotion of a wide range of participation, because a dominant mode of expression, or a dominant way of thinking about the internet is that it's frictionless, it's easy, and that openness equates to somehow the availability for everybody to do anything in online spaces. But when you actually think about the internet in context of history, you realize that historical facts and friction and participation and access has always been inequitable. And it's always been the effort to kind of to build spaces where people can participate more or less equally is actually a lot of work. It takes a lot of effort, a lot of time to create spaces where people can come together and talk in an equitable way. And that's a lot of what we do. And I think that that kind of promotion of voice and promotion of expression requires thinking carefully and critically about how institutions are built, institutions of knowledge are built, about how, not just about freedom of expression, freedom of media, but also about whose media. So thinking about carefully about the diversity of those sources, about how they're funded, how they're sustained, and so on and so forth. So I think a lot of the comments we've heard thus far, I agree with everything said from Jan and from Allison, so I'll stop there for the moment and just continue.
Yeah, thanks, Ivan. And I think that's a really important point, that the internet creates a number of opportunities to create equal spaces. But we have to have the intention when we actually build those spaces and use them to have them be equal. Claire, maybe from your perspective as a government, what are the challenges to a trustworthy and safe information environment?
Thank you so much. Now, yes, you can hear me. Great. Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for showing up. My name is Clara Christensen, and I'm part of the Tech Ambassadors team at the Danish Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And I'm pretty new to the whole tech agenda. I just started this August, so I'm really excited to be here and be part of this discussion. And first and foremost, I want to thank our friends and colleagues in the Freedom Online Coalition, and especially the chairship of the US, and how you sort of carried this task force forward. I think this is really exciting for us to see from the Danish perspective. And I'm really excited to be here today because I think that online information is shaping our world and our realities. And that's why we need to build healthy online information systems. And while, as we've heard, this is sort of an opportunity to give voice to marginalized groups, to people who normally wouldn't have a chance to participate, then definitely the sort of online forum also can distort information and sort of make it harder to navigate what kind of information is trustworthy, what is not, and this is why we need to build reliable information structures in partnership with civil society, with private sector, and I think this is sort of one of the Danish key values, that we need to build these things in partnership. So I'm really happy to be part of this task force together with Witness, Global Voices, Wikimedia, Salesforce, and Freedom Online Coalition. I think this is it's going to be a great discussion. And happy to see this sort of growing out of the Tech for Democracy initiative that we launched 2 years back. Happy to see it grow. This is exciting. And I think sort of as a government, we do have a responsibility to try to build human rights-based ecosystems of information. And that also means regulation. And I think definitely there is a tension between sort of, as we talked about, some governments maybe wanting to take a lot of control over these online spaces in a way that might not be very conducive to sort of a free debate and active engagement, and on the other hand, sort of also the government taking a role into sort of trying to provide like some sound regulation, and we have to do that in partnership with the private sector, with civil society, with our community, to try to make sort of regulation that works, that actually matter, and that can provide sort of trustworthy information. So I think this is going to be exciting, sort of talking a little bit about how do we do that, and how do we actually engage with, the communities to sort of make sure that we do this in the right way. And I think sort of I'm so happy to see these principles being launched today. I think this is really a good foundation, and I'm happy to talk about how we put them into action and how we actually sort of build on these principles to try to have more trustworthy information online. I think that's it for me.
Yeah, thanks, Clara. And so as you said, the first part of the work of the task force is really the launch of these principles. It's a core set of principles to guide the work that it will be doing. There are 3 principles. I think everyone's got the paper in front of them: meaningful multi-stakeholder engagement, protect and promote international human rights standards, and a diverse, trustworthy, and equitable internet. And since we have a very small group, many who are already familiar with this work, maybe we can spend some time just really digging into these principles. But first, I don't know, Jan or Ivan, if you want to talk a little bit about the background, what went into developing them, some of the thinking behind these principles, since you were connected to the coalition as well.
Yeah, sure. I'll happily do that. So something that really attracted me to this particular group is that on the nonprofit side, we had Wikipedia, Global Voices, and Witness, 3 organizations that I think have an unusual perspective on what it takes to actually build trustworthy online spaces and trustworthy online information, because they have started from an open knowledge perspective and from working with communities that are not necessarily for whom being online is not necessarily an easy thing, especially in the context of, say, Witness's work and some of Global Voices' work. But that kind of idea of a citizen-generated participatory internet is the core of a somewhat now almost naive and older idea that has since been commercialized and sits broadly across all societies, as opposed to building communities with intention. And these 3 groups are communities built with intention. So working with them is, to me, is a really great place to assert or reassert a set of values as to what it actually takes to try to build trustworthy information spaces and open knowledge. And so I'm super happy that we're doing it in this way.
Yeah, and I think to add to that, Ivan actually alluded to it, it's not a given that people can contribute to these spaces, right, and can tell the stories from the world around them, from their communities. I want to emphasize that also adding knowledge to Wikipedia is not a trivial task in many places in the world, and not just because connectivity is a problem, but actually it might be dangerous to just document the places that you inhibit in places where freedom of expression is not upheld, or where governments are actively trying to suppress certain information about how their countries run, right? And that is why, again, it is very, very important that these groups come together, organizations like ours, to share also best practices, to share, I think, strategic thinking, and why these spaces here are really important for us to come together, and why I think also the engagement of governments is just so welcome, right? Who need to understand how their actions in, say, North America, in Europe, in the global north, how their regulation actually affects people elsewhere too, and enables them or empowers them to participate, or in the worst case, actually prevents them from doing so. And that's why I think we've happily joined this task force because this is a great forum to raise these issues.
Thank you for that. And so, I mean, there's three principles: the meaningful multi-stakeholder engagement, which is focusing on, I think, a lot of what you were saying, Ivan, about the importance of having different stakeholders come to the table to inform the design, development, deployment, evaluation of technologies. I think it's interesting that this has standards and protocols relevant to the information ecosystem, which gives an important nod to the technical community, and working together to protect human rights and democracy in the front lines. Then protect and promote international human rights standards, so ensuring that regulation is in line with international human rights standards, strengthening privacy and data protection regimes across the world, and a diverse, trustworthy, and equitable internet, prioritizing free, open, transparent, interoperable, reliable, safe, and secure internet. And so I guess my first question is, are there any reactions to these principles as they sit right now? My understanding is that the task force will actually be fleshing them out quite a bit more. So first question to everybody in the room is, are there reactions to these principles? Do you seem on target?
I'll just say really quickly, it's a really interesting moment to try to do this because, as you said, and several speakers have said already, many governments are thinking about how to regulate the internet much more actively now, and not just regulation from a repression standpoint, though that is certainly happening, but we also see lots and lots of attempts from global north countries trying to think about how to regulate, especially the platforms and the big tech companies, in ways that are potentially really complicated and difficult for small, medium-sized citizen-driven initiatives or nonprofit initiatives, or potentially rebound in ways that make it impossible or extremely expensive to create new kinds of platforms that are civic in intent rather than commercial in intent. And at the same time, we have seen something like a break in trust around the large social media platforms. That's been true for years, but the last 2 or 3 years have been really intense in that regard, which is both a big challenge and also a huge opportunity for us to reset, potentially, or rethink ways around instantiating and supporting these kind of basic, these communities that have a core set of civic values in their approach to online participation and the creation of community, the creation of knowledge, the creation of information. So when we think about these statements, I think that's where we've been coming from as a group. And so if you see, not that many of the previous set of principles that we've seen launched over the years have really emphasized this participatory side. And I think that's really important for us to kind of reestablish that side of it as well as the other part. So thanks.
Yep, and I agree. I think we are seeing a rise in platform regulation that can have either intentional or unintentional impacts on platforms if it doesn't really speak to the business model or the way that the platform functions or the services that are offered, and can have unintentional consequences for the rights of users. And so I guess there's two approaches. When we were thinking that we would have a larger group, we were thinking maybe we would go. Each person would take a principle and talk about why it's important, what it might mean in practice, and how it could guide the work of fostering trustworthy information ecosystems online. So we could do that, or we could talk about maybe a little bit more tangibly how the task force can apply these principles to the work that it's doing, what might be the priorities of the task force going forward. It would be great to have input of what others think the priorities of the task force should be as it starts to work within the FOC. So I I don't know if there's a preference between those two approaches. Yes, we are. This is fully interactive, so please, questions, comments.
Send down a mic if maybe let's see. We can send this mic this way then. Or you can just do not like try to break the barriers.
Thank you. I was formerly at Global Voices, so I'm very happy to be here. I'm Keiko. It is great to see the work of Wikimedia and Global Voices on the coalition working towards the trustworthy global information ecosystem. And I see the panel seem to sort of verify this approach to global ecosystem in terms of its diversity and inclusion, where many of us are present. And I was wondering, because a lot of the disinformation and its harms are happening in the other areas outside of the Western-centric approach. And I was wondering how you guys are going to sort of scaffold their way of, not many of them, are shifting from oral culture to digital cultures. And the impact of disinformation is not so much that is limited in the cyberspace, but there are coming to the lives of people that are in different languages, and that is why I think it's very important in places like Global Voices and Wikimedia that has all these people that are contributing their time and efforts in other parts of the world. I better get your microphone back.
No. I think it's yours to keep. Should we collect a few questions first?
Yeah, are there other questions or comments, input into perhaps challenges that you see in the information ecosystem that the task force could concentrate on? Go ahead.
Hi, good morning. I'm Nick Benequista. I'm from the Center for International Media Assistance at the National Endowment for Democracy. Look, the principles look fine. I'd say, if anything, they look a little innocuous. No one's going to disagree with these. And, as we work on media development as a kind of an approach to information integrity, and have argued that, over the years we need systems level, really, pretty major interventions if we're going to fix the problems that we have in the information ecosystem. So things that affect how eyeballs and money are being moved through the digital, ecosystem. So this includes things like Pluralis in Europe, trying to really bring massive amounts of private capital to bear, trust initiatives that are trying to really change the economic incentives for quality information online. And many, many others. And of course, policy interventions like bargaining codes that could really transform, it's imperfect, I know, but we're looking to all these options. In that context, the sort of participatory, citizen-driven approach seems a little quaint. And just to be provocative, like, Wikipedia and Global Voices is incredible. You've done incredible work over the years, but faced with these sort of systemic level challenges, how does your vision for a kind of a participatory approach still matter?
Sure. I think it matters more than ever, probably, and I guess I need to say that, but I do believe in it as well. You're talking about sort of changing incentives, economic incentives around eyeballs. And you're probably alluding to supporting journalism. I think Wikimedia can be sort of an honest broker in there, as in, if stories go away, if local journalism isn't funded, isn't sustainable, regional journalism, those stories cannot be on Wikipedia, right? Wikipedia is not a place for original research, but every edit, every article refers to sources out there that are verified by the people who work on Wikipedia. And that's why we have a very strong interest in the media landscape being healthy and being diverse, right? For these stories to not just be sort of driven by engagement, as you mentioned, but really documenting the world and being trustworthy. And now, every story that goes away, however, also goes behind a paywall, is not accessible for many people around the world. We understand that journalism needs to be funded, media work needs to be sustainable, but we really have concerns about laws that basically just put a larger price tag on this knowledge, right, per se. And so I think there's a role for governments to play there. There's a role for independent initiatives. But I think the answer cannot be, let's move money away from all platforms and make it harder for nonprofit platforms even to share and carry this knowledge, and move it to, say, big media conglomerates, right? And that's, I think, what we've been seeing around the world, how this has been happening, right? It's not independent journalism that ultimately benefits. It's not your person somewhere in I think, a conflict zone who ultimately benefits, but it's usually the big media houses that we see sort of pushing this kind of regulation as well, and we're really worried about that. But we see ourselves sort of as an honest broker in the middle, right? We know this must be accessible, but it must also be sustainable to actually work as in media, right? And that's why this is, I think, a super important space for us to engage in, and we welcome the question.
Let me just add that both of these organizations are part of a process of field building. So it's not just about Global Voices and Wikipedia. It's about a whole universe of people who see it as a civic act to create and share information that's trustworthy. And that is not only about media creation, it's also about knowledge building outside of the news. And that's what SEMA does. You focus very much on the news and the professionalization of it. It's really important to say that one of the reasons projects like ours got started is because of pervasive and complicated bias in news framing. That's a history of the news media from the last 50 years. I mean, it's not the case that news organizations are adequate or sufficient for all the kinds of information we need in the world. We do need a diversity of voices, a diversity of perspectives. And in many countries around the world, as you know, if you work in the media development field, it's been very, very hard to get that kind of diversity, even when there is a financial sustainability. And so creating alternatives that allow people to have easy entry into an information space, to be able to build their own systems, their own communications platforms, their own communities, whatever initiative they might create that helps to add a diversity of perspectives and voices and more information coming from more places is a good thing. It is not a zero-sum system. And yes, Global Voices is small, but we've had about 8,000 people participate with us, and we've had hundreds of media partners over the years, and we work on a typical basis with about 50. So it's, on any given time. So it's not by itself maybe as significant as you'd like it to be, but it is part of a larger way of thinking about how information works. And I think that kind of story is really important to maintain and sustain and grow. And there's no reason why it can't keep growing as long as there's a fundamental framework to allow it to be true. And so that's why sometimes saying these, as you acknowledge, sometimes very basic ideas, these very basic principles need to be restated. Because the alternative, which is that we build a regulatory process that's all about big technology versus large media outlets, which are basically competing for access to to advertising dollars, takes the civics out of the equation. And so we're here to try to make sure that the civics stays part of the equation.
I don't know if there was additional thoughts onto the comment that you made, which I understood kind of about the voices and multi-stakeholder voices and maybe power of voice as well.
I could address that really briefly as well, which is just, yes, you're absolutely right, Kiko, about how disinformation does affect many communities in many languages. And I think it's very important to make a clear distinction between misinformation and disinformation as well, by the way. Misinformation, which is generally ignorance in another language, and disinformation, which is lying, which is intentional misleading and of peoples and groups. We certainly see a lot of that, and thinking about how to buttress or support better information in other languages, in a whole range of languages, is a big part of what we do. Wikipedia also does that. We have an initiative called Rising Voices, which works with indigenous and marginalized groups to help to identify and languages to help to build their own information sources and trustworthy information sources, and lots of others do have that kind of activity as well. And I think it's super important to keep putting an emphasis on that type of project to stand in opposition to free-floating disinformation. Thanks.
Yeah, maybe. Is it on? No. Like this. So yeah, no, I think just like commenting on some of your thoughts on sort of like regulation, what's the role of regulation, and I think we need to sort of distinguish between the very large online platforms and sort of how we regulate them versus sort of the more like non-for-profit or smaller platforms, and how to sort of like give access to like multiple voices, and then also recognizing that very large online platforms do have like a special responsibility for like what kind of content comes online and how do you access it. And I think that has to be coupled with like, for example, funding from governments to support Global South, the global majority voices, to like make sure that we try to create a more open space. And I think that's some of the things that, for example, the Danish government is also trying to do through partners, through like Access Now, to international media support, some of these organizations that that we're partnering up with to try to sort of make this like a more open space where more voices can be heard, because I definitely agree with you that this is something that we see as like a big challenge, and it's sometimes sitting in like a government position up somewhere in Europe, it can be really hard and challenging to see where we have the blind spots that we have and where we are sort of restricting information and restricting the debate. So I think that's for us super important to sort of partner up with organizations like yours to sort of to engage in that conversation and to get better. Then of course we have the whole sort of EU regulation, like a lot of regulation coming out of the EU right now, which I think is for me like super exciting and interesting to see how the EU, because I mean Denmark as like a small country, we don't do a lot of regulation ourselves on sort of very large online platforms, for example, and seeing how the EU is trying to build some regulation, but without having a lot of big tech companies and a big online platforms, and how I think the EU is sort of trying to to build to make some regulation that could be used worldwide, but still sort of grappling a bit with how to do that in a way that where we still sort of take into consideration the different local contexts in the global majority and sort of outside the EU. And I think that's could be really interesting to also hear some perspectives on like how you see that, how we're doing that, if it could be better, how we as a small like country like Denmark could sort of engage in that discussion also in the EU, and what we should sort of bring to the table. I think that would be really interesting to hear from everyone here, and also on the panel. Yeah, that would be great.
Hi, my name's Michael Karnikolas. I'm the executive director of the UCLA Institute for Technology, Law, and Policy. These look really good. It strikes me that all three of these principles pose a challenge to traditional concentrations of power. Interoperability poses a challenge to large online platforms. Human rights standards restrict what governments might want to do, and multi-stakeholder engagement, I'm academic / civil society. Multi-stakeholder engagement is great for civil society because it gives them a seat at the table, but where it's meaningful, obviously it restricts authority among governments to just take the actions that they want to take and companies to take the action that they want to take. So I guess my question is have there been early responses from governments and industry? Is there a strategy for developing buy-in among the players whose power would be eroded by the adoption of these standards? Is that what we're doing now, is developing that strategy? Like how do you make these actionable by generating will to move towards these by the people who it's not necessarily in their immediate interests to do so?
Hi, my name is Guus van Zwol from the Dutch government, Dutch MFA. Thank you for a great presentation. I mean, this is an issue that we're very happy as an FOC country that this topic is being taken up. We think it's a very important topic. That's the reason also why last summer we presented together with Canada the Global Declaration on Information Integrity, which I think mimics a lot of these same principles, but maybe are a little bit more detailed. I'm just wondering. I mean, my question is the following: being part of now we're doing this work within the Freedom Online Coalition. I mean, this is a topic that's also high on the UN agenda, with the UN Code of Conduct, for example, which is part of our common agenda, and UNESCO has promoted their Internet for Trust initiative. And my question would be, how are we going to operationalize or promote these principles in those fora? Because that will be, I think, one of the key challenges that we see, which would also be, which also provides a certain rationale or pretext for other countries to start more regulating more these fora that we're discussing, or not these international fora, but like the social media companies, etc., etc. So my question would be: is how we're going to operationalize these principles, and how we're going to organize ourselves in order to also address those international fora, since we are, I mean, the FOC is by definition a diplomatic coalition.
Yep, thanks. Maybe just to summarize, because I think there's a couple of different threads that have emerged. One is a question of kind of what's next with these principles. Is there going to be buy-in? How are they going to be used? My response to that right now is that the principles are meant to lay the foundation for the work of the task force, which has just been launched within the Freedom Online Coalition. And so the strategy around how these principles are going to be used is being built and developed. And this is the starting point to share that this is the foundation that the task force is going to be working off of. Another question, Hus, to what you were pointing to was how are we going to coordinate with other initiatives that exist around information integrity, trustworthy online ecosystems, et cetera. How are we going to promote the work of the task force and the principles in key international forums, debates, processes that are happening at the international level? Also, I heard a number of, suggestions of what is needed to create a safe and trustworthy information ecosystem, from taking a systems level approach to ensuring that it's participatory and citizen driven, to ensuring that the regulation is human rights respecting and is tailored to the platform. And also a number of challenges that individuals are facing at the local level with respect to the impact of disinformation. So maybe those are the different threads, and I don't know if there's any responses from the panel to those, or thoughts from other members in the audience that would like to build on some of those threads.
Well, I see the creation of the task force, also the launch of the principles today, as sort of an invitation to help figure this out. I mean, I think we got to be honest here that there's no clear strategic path forward, right? There's, I think, and I guess this speaks actually to the challenge of having all these processes that are somewhat loosely related, but where the coordination and connection isn't always so clear. And having such a task force that actually brings together governments and civil society, and hopefully also really proactive private actors, can help as that, I think, coordination group that maps these processes and coordinates how we all speak with one another and maybe with others that we need to bring along. I think from a Wikipedia perspective, our team's main task is often to educate people about how Wikipedia actually works. Everybody uses it, but nobody really knows what's under the hood. And once we start educating policymakers and governments about that, they're like, oh wow, this, I didn't know this, right? This is something we should be protecting. And we're seeing this as an opportunity to actually do this in an FOC context, to bring along governments who have very lofty diplomatic goals, but we'd love to like sort of get them engaged on this, and through diplomatic briefings help them also understand like what's at stake elsewhere, right? It's one way to say. One thing to say, yes, the EU is regulating the online spaces, and it's also just learning how to do this a little bit, but then showing the real effects that some of these regulations have in places where Wikipedians sit in the global south and are affected by this, are affected by maybe a mechanism that forces platforms to remove content, or are affected by laws to retain data, and just sort of, I think, having this as a focal point where these conversations happen, I think is the strongest sort of proposition that this task force actually has.
Reactions or thoughts? We've got 4 minutes left. So
I'll just make a final comment. Well, I want to say thank you. I thought your point was very clear and very helpful. I mean, all of these 3 points are in some ways a challenge to traditional stakeholder positions, and embedding that challenge within the framework of a intergovernmental group is itself a strategy, right? It is itself to say, here's a way of talking about those and bringing these communities that traditionally don't have a lot of power, are traditionally dispersed, and because they're dispersed, it's very, very hard to organize around some kind of considered position, and then to present that in a framework in which it does actually is in dialogue with entities that have the potential, at least, to think about regulation, think about supporting positions. Look, this conversation's been going on for a very long time, you know, and attempts to build principles, attempts to build coalitions. The Web We Want project the Web Foundation was 12 years ago, 14 years ago. Now there's older projects as well that have a lot of the same kind of language, and they tend to disintegrate because there isn't a formal structure for maintaining and supporting them that has an engagement with any kind of regulatory process. I was just sitting here and doodling on the different domains of authority and knowledge where these issues take place, right? Speech, privacy, antitrust, content moderation, 4 different domains of expertise that often have conflicting goals, conflicting ends towards what they would like to see as an ideal regulatory environment, an ideal solution for some of the problems we see. Even sometimes fundamentally different understandings of what the problem even is. And I think our basic goal here is to make sure that the voices of the communities that we work with are included in those conversations and not ignored, not skipped over because we have less power potentially, or fewer resources, or because we don't have a profit motive that underlines our activities. So I'll stop there and let you guys continue.
yeah, Thank you. I think actually we've got
One
question.
comment
or comment.
where that I need an answer from you, because I represent Sri Lanka, Internet Governance Initiative Sri Lanka. So at the moment there is a proposed bill regarding internet safety in Sri Lanka, which is almost the first reading had done in the parliament, which is mostly discusses about the internet safety, but it creates regulations to censorship, to fragmented internet. And also it harmful for the platforms, media, and users as well. So where these kind of issues comes, where you stand, how we reach to you, how we can do an action for us as a people where in the developing world. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. One, for highlighting the upcoming bill in Sri Lanka, but also flagging kind of the concluding question of the panel, which is next steps, how can people stay connected to the work and get in touch? So maybe to do that, I will hand to Clara, and then maybe Jan, if you could speak to the next steps and how people can stay connected to the work of the task force. But before that, did you have any kind of concluding remarks or reactions to anything that's been said?
Yeah, thanks. I think I was, sorry. I also just wanted to comment sort of on this issue between sort of giving sovereignty or authority when you sort of work in this multi-stakeholder approach. And I think, I do think that that is, of course, a challenge. But I also think that this is the only way to build like good, reliable regulation that actually gets implemented. If we don't have buy-in from the private sector, for example, it is super hard to make sort of sound regulation that actually will have an impact. And I think that's why it's so important, and something that we work for from the Danish side, to sort of like try to include more private sector engagement, more civil society engagement, to actually make sure that when we do make regulation, then it's well informed and we have some buy-in to actually make it work out in the real world. So I do think this is like a very good example of like why this is difficult, why it takes time, but also why this is sort of the only way we can do, because states and governments, they can do so much, but if we don't have sort of buy-in from the rest of the ecosystem, I think it's going to be really difficult to like create more trustworthy information online, because the internet is not only regulated by governments, right? It's like it's so sort of big and also lie beyond sort of the sovereignty of the state. So I think that's something that provides some challenges, but also some really great opportunities, and forces us to go into deeper dialogue with some of our counterparts. And I do think that that's sort of some of the important work that we should sort of continue working on in this task force.
Yeah, thanks so much. Maybe Jan, to the last question of what's next for the task force and how people can stay connected.
Well, first of all, we're excited to launch this today officially. And as a task force, I think we hope to grow and find many more people who want to contribute. So that's one way to stay connected and be part of this hopefully growing momentum. We just connected on this actually, and I think as co-chairs Wikimedia, we're interested in people following us. There's spaces for discussion, like mailing lists, public policy mailing lists. I think one way to also be part of this is actually to become a Wikipedian. I can do a shameless plug here, and just understand this better, right? I think that's sort of my whole point here. Like we need people around the world to understand what is going on and how these systems work, how the citizen journalism space works, how Wikipedia works, how all these civic spaces actually function. And by joining them, you're making a huge contribution, right? And obviously we don't want to make this all like individuals' responsibilities, right? That's why there are organizations like ours as well. But staying connected through these very communities that we support is one really meaningful way to actually help because at the end of the day, we are just here to serve them, right? And by directly joining them, you're actually doing very helpful work. So yeah, be part of this and try to stay connected in that way.
Yeah, thank you. So with that, I think we are out of time. Thank you so much for everybody's participation and your inputs. And if you are interested in learning more about the task force or even participating, please do talk to one of us up here. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. We'll be starting the next session in 1 minute. If you're attending, please sit at the table. All right, we're on time. Let's get started. Good morning, and distinguished guest. I guess between now and the next opening ceremony, we have like very light session of the lightning talk. And thank you very much for this opportunity to share a little bit about the Hive. The title is People, Pandemic, and Information Platform, which is the WHO's digital space for health emergency preparedness platform powered by communities. My name is John Lee, Technical Officer at WHO headquarters, Geneva, in Switzerland. I work with an area where teams are working on preparing for next pandemic. As you can see, it's not really a popular topic. we just went through a pandemic. But I guess the idea is that when next pandemic happens, not if, when the next pandemic happens, then we'll be ready as a global community together. The purpose of this presentation is to share the high-level overview of the platform. As you can see in the name, like a beehive, we envision a platform that is creating a space of activity, support, and community to come together. You see the photo up there is Kyoto. It's great to be here. Did a little bit of the homework about the Kyoto. The colleagues sitting over here might know a bit better about. Apparently in 1467, the Onion War happened, and it actually triggered the Kyoto citizens to develop autonomous communities to protect their lives by themselves. And in 16th centuries, it evolved into another version, Choshi Kinomuku, which in turn become Choki or Chosadame, which they formal rules are formulated by the residents of the Kyoto for the purpose of making it comfortable for themselves and maintaining favorable environment in the community. And I see that there's the similarities there between the Hive platform and the community sense in Kyoto. So we just went through COVID-19. So devastation caused by the pandemic COVID-19 has brought really urgency to strengthen the way the world prepare for, prevent and detect the response to health emergencies. The question is, are we prepared to globally respond to the next major pandemic? Are we ready to cooperate and perform across countries and across sectors to face such a threat? Not only to protect health in major epidemic and pandemic, but also to protect economic development, protect political and social systems, and not to repeat the history again. this is a bit of a chart about what are the tangible impact or devastating effect of COVID-19 and the other emergencies that we just went through. It was a destabilizing event, and the effect of the pandemic is continued to reverberate in our society, our political system, health system, and global economy. So it is important to note that pandemics are increasing in impact and scale and frequency, and the epidemic and pandemic risk has become a global strategic concern. And I'll also note that this was the second pandemic of 21st century. So, like it or not, this is new normal, and we don't expect the frequency of these epidemics to go down, unfortunately. In fact, the vulnerabilities of all over the world, and whether it's developed or developing countries, have increased, not decreased. So the question is, how do we prepare the communities before the next pandemic happens again? And especially, I mean, obviously there are many work to be done, but I'll be speaking to the preparedness of the communities when it comes to preparing for the next pandemic. So the WHO Hive team envisions community-centered, the trustworthy health information that facilitates the health information and the synchronous and asynchronous collaborative working practices, supported by a few functionalities, including community spaces, document repositories, and documentation, instant chat, and breakout groups. Some of the technological fact, but I guess when you think about the community center approach, to me, it is fully informed and appropriately informed community who are actively engaging in developing solutions. Some of the earlier speakers in the previous session mentioned very important topic about this as well, is that having the community-centered and community-led is a very important piece of preparing our digital ecosystem for the next era. Each individual is a part of the multiple communities. For example, the workplace, it can be a faith community, learning community like universities or health or wellness. And each community influences an individual and their access to information and decisions an individual makes during the health emergency and how they behave. So the challenge is that when the high impact public health event happens, is often accompanied by the infodemic. I think it was touched on a number of sessions throughout this IGF. It's defined as an overabundance of the information, whether it's accurate or not, in the digital space or physical space. It accompanies acute health events such as an outbreak, an epidemic, which is what we saw in the recent event of COVID-19. The infodemics thrive today, especially in digitized and interconnected ecosystem right now. And individuals are exposed to a very complex and highly targeted information ecosystem, and the content is not always from the most reliable sources, and they can serve to confirm biases. And as you know, it takes time to build trust, and it's hard to earn. But as we observed throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, it's so easy to erode very quickly. So small team at WHO began to think, I think this was before COVID-19 pandemic, how do we actually get the right information to the right people in the format that is actually appropriate, and so that they can make decisions to protect their communities. And when we recently went through the COVID-19 pandemic, we were able to answer the question of, can we rapidly ramp up the communication and address the key questions and concerns with large networks? And the answer is yes. We were able to use the opportunity provided the COVID pandemic to engage with the networks like World Work Network, all the industries and associations, the Faith Network and youth councils, and other associations and groups associated in across the world. So building on some of those the success that we envision, building a digital community space that is safeguarding communities during high-impact public health events, and creating a space for people to come together and discuss about whether they might have a question about the situation, whether some of public health social measures, what does that mean in their context, and also reach out to the experts, whether it's the WHO folks or the peripheral networks in the Ministry of Health, or other the advocacy groups and stakeholders within pandemic preparedness. The few features, I wouldn't go make this into the technical one. There's 4 key components. There is ability for you to connect and collaborate. You can host and attend events, so then you can build what you saw in digital, the hybrid format of the events such as this, that you can really build a collective intelligence together, and you can access information that is slightly more efficient using, thanks to the technologies, machine learning and AI technology to really connect the people, information, and communities. And having a space, the digital space people can go to when it comes to the specific topic of epidemic, pandemic preparedness. All right, so with the, and before we open up to a quick discussion with the participants here, as a WHO, we're not a technology experts, but we are the technical experts in health. So we would like to invite as many experts as possible, especially in digital space, and IGF is a really important forum to learn about what it means and engage in communities in digital space. So we need help from global experts in bringing the communities together while leveraging all the technologies that is available, and enabling building community relationships for the preparedness and response to health emergencies, and most importantly, not go through what we went through, is not leaving anyone behind, addressing the vulnerable and marginalized, and the communities whose needs are also addressed, and they have a place they can go to interact with the people. And I give the communities opportunity to bring the local and contextualized information that is the more appropriate for them, and also connect with the global the experts of the global health public issues. Also, this could create an opportunity to directly or indirectly manage some of the issues around the mis and disinformation, naturally by participating and not letting some of the questions and concern progress it into the information bias, thereby progressing further into narratives than what we saw during the COVID-19 pandemic that created the huge impact on public health and everyone's livelihood and life in general. So with that, I'll end my presentation. Thank you for attention. And if you have any questions, I will invite everyone for a quick discussion before we wrap up. Any questions? No. All right. Well, then we'll end this session early, and maybe we'll proceed to next main session. So there are a few pens and brochures. Feel free to take them for as a reminder. Thank you.
ha 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 ha.
Hmm.
テストのマイク喋っております。マイクテストです。マイクテストです。テストマイクです。マイクテストです。いかがでしょうか？音声来てますか？はい。ありがとうございます。
Hello everyone, welcome. We'll be looking to start in about 2 minutes. Thank you.
Oh, I've got my thingy up, so.
Hello and welcome everyone. Welcome to those who are joining online and to those here in the room. My name is Alicia Hepner and I am the Grants Management Lead for the AP-NIC Foundation, and I'll be your MC. I just want to thank you all for your support here today and the commitment to advance the internet development. We are here to celebrate the work of 3 fantastic grantees of the Information Society Innovation Fund, IGF Asia, for their outstanding contributions towards the development of internet exchange points. We have a short video to introduce the IGF Asia for those who may not be familiar with it. Could we please play the video?
In 2016, the United Nations declared internet access a human right. But today, more than a quarter of the Asia-Pacific is still disconnected, leaving many of the most vulnerable people without access to this essential resource. The Information Society Innovation Fund, IGF Asia, supports communities in the Asia-Pacific region to research, design, and implement internet-based solutions to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. IGF Asia achieves its goals through grants and awards to projects that contribute to internet development from a technical and operational perspective in 3 key areas: infrastructure, inclusion, knowledge. The infrastructure program aims to increase internet speed, reduce maintenance and operational costs, improve reliability and/or security. IGF Asia infrastructure projects have ranged from innovative satellite connection research through to smart villages and the establishment of networks to serve remote communities. The Inclusion Program pursues the goal of meaningful and equitable access to the internet for all. It focuses on availability, bringing the internet to places with limited or no access. Affordability, helping bring down the costs of internet access for disadvantaged areas. Accessibility, boosting the adoption of standards and technologies to help people with disabilities online. Diversity, increasing representation in the internet industry among women, LGBTQI+ people, and other underrepresented groups. The Knowledge Program supports training and research projects that develop technical capacity and/or research around internet network operations. IGF Asia knowledge projects have ranged from cybersecurity research through to training in technical best practice. ISIF Asia is run by APNIC Foundation, thanks to generous support from the Asia Pacific Network Information Center and the Asia Pacific Internet Development Trust, as well as other generous donors. To get in touch, contact the foundation at info@isif.asia.
Wonderful. And now I'd like to introduce the Foundation's Acting CEO, Sylvia Cadena, to speak.
Thank you, Alicia. Thank you. If I can have my slides, thank you. My apologies for my croaky voice. I am trying to be quick in this presentation, but it's my great honor to introduce to you the work of the Foundation in this edition of the ISIF Asia Awards. The Foundation was established as the fundraising arm of APNIC. For those of you that are not aware of what APNIC is the Asia Pacific Network Information Center, and we allocate the IP addresses and ASN numbers that all network operators require to connect their customers to the internet. And we cover all the Asia Pacific region with a big focus on developing capacity, both human and infrastructure, and produce insightful research and actively participate in multi-stakeholder model of internet cooperation and governance, which gathered us here today at the Internet Governance Forum in Kyoto. The APNIC Foundation, the map that you can see in front of you are showing only the projects and initiatives that were supported just last year. The map for the years of operation of the foundation was established in 2016. It's a little bit bigger to fit in one screen. So you can scan the QR code to have a look at our last year annual report. The mission of the foundation is to increase investment in this area and to support dialogue and collaboration that leads to the development of these projects like the ones that you are going to learn about today. As mentioned in the video, the foundation has 3 programs: infrastructure, inclusion, and knowledge. And all our funding is allocated around those 3, so which includes the grants and awards from ISIF Asia and other funding mechanisms that the foundation has, with a big focus on building capacity, both human and operational, for a global, open, affordable, accessible, stable, and secure internet. We target most of our funding and our support to network engineers, cybersecurity professionals, and internet governance specialists, as we understand that the needs of the people that build the internet are not very well addressed. A lot of the funding that exists goes into projects that are more focused on end users. So the role of the foundation is to support those that build the internet and maintain it and make it what it is today. I'm not going to repeat what we saw in the video about what the infrastructure, inclusion, and knowledge programs cover, but the photos that you saw on the screen and some of the information in the video are all about projects that we have supported in our years of operation, and we encourage you to take advantage of the reports that they normally publish. We normally publish on our website to just see what resources are available. In terms of other areas of investment from the foundation, you can see on the screen the projects that the foundation is currently investing on. They are all ranging from technical training and capacity building in different modalities, some with a stronger emphasis on, for example, gender and diversity, others with a stronger emphasis on new or students that are just graduating from engineering that are looking at how they how can we engage them in the future development of the internet, like the School on Internet Asia in their API project. And you also can see a couple of our research projects that are research on internet measurement and also on cybersecurity. Those projects are all same as with the 3 programs that I mentioned before. They are all aligned with the programs of the foundation and all looking at the support for the network engineers, cybersecurity professionals, and internet governance specialists that make the internet work. The foundation has 3 main public or community funding tools or mechanisms to provide support. ISIF Asia is the one that gathers us here today, but we also have the foundation community assistance and the trust discretionary funding that allows organizations that are working in Asia Pacific or globally to be able to receive much needed support for really core operations that they are doing. So in the photo, for example, on the right hand of my screen, on the Trust Discretionary Fund square, is Shadow Server that allows information that are produced by people that are using different cybersecurity mechanisms like honey bots and honey nets to share threat analysis at a global level, and that dashboard allows for organizations to learn about those cybersecurity threats. The photo in the middle is about training provided that has allowed organizations in the Pacific to continue the support for computer emergency response teams. And the last photo on ISIF Asia is from one of the deployments in the Solomon Islands. So ISIF Asia was established in 2008. So far we have allocated $9.4 million to 145 projects and 33 awards, covering 32 of the economies that APNIC service region. The technical reports from all of these organizations are published on a Creative Commons license. That allows, we only publish the final report, but that allows organizations that are looking into replicating some of the issues that they are targeting to be able to find some of the information and the lessons learned that these organizations have discovered in the process. These reports are very raw, are very, is the lessons learned, is their first go at what they learn and what they share. It's not academic papers, they are not trying to impress anyone. It's just about sharing really what happened and encourage dialogue and participation. And we really encourage you to have a look at those reports because I think that's one of the main differences between ISIF and any other grants program in the region or globally. The majority of grants programs will never disclose the reports that grantees provide to them, and that is a valuable source of information for the community. ISIF was awarded as an ISIF champion back in 2018 and 2019, and so far we have received thousands of proposals. So we, although those numbers might be big in terms of almost $10 million over 15 years, the needs of researchers and practitioners in the region are way bigger than that. So we are always looking for contributions and support from well-minded organizations, partners and donors that are willing to participate in our work. We are aligned with mostly SDG 9 and SDG 17, SDG 9 on innovation and internet infrastructure development, and SDG 17 as we are partners for the goals. But a lot of the individual projects are aligned with different SDGs, and in our maps, in our website, you will be able to identify which SDGs our projects or the projects that we have supported are aligned with. At the moment for this year, we had 23 selection committee members that were actively serving in 5 selection committees. They were all well-recognized experts in the region. We received 135 applications this year, a 12% increase from last year, across the different categories, as you can see on the read on the screen. And at the moment, we are tracking 68 active projects between the last 3 years of operation, as we have projects that expand over 18 months implementation periods. So there is some, that the final projects reports are not yet published, but they will be at some point in the future, and we encourage you to find them in our new website that was very recently launched. These are all our social media handlers, and we really hope that you can follow us, especially the one for LinkedIn and YouTube, as we are hoping to get our vanity links. So if we get more people to subscribe, we get closer to that number. So please, if you have a chance to have a look at more of our work, we really welcome your input and your support to the work that the foundation does, and of course to the growth of the funding mechanisms that we have available. We are just an email away, and I will get back to Alicia so that we can continue with the most important part, which is acknowledging the outstanding contributions of these remarkable people that we have here today. Thank you, Alicia.
Thank you, Sylvia. So now what we're going to do is look to celebrate the success and award our nominees. We will look to play a short video, and then I'll ask to come up and present an award, face the front to our beautiful online audience, and just get a quick snapshot before sitting down, and I'll introduce the next. So first awardee is the Lahore University of Management and Sciences, or LUMS, and the project was led by Zartash Uzmi. They are receiving the award for their work on software-defined internet exchange points, and we have a short video to show on the project. Could we play the project?
The ISIF Asia 2023 awards include $5,000 for research costs and a travel grant to the Internet Governance Forum in Kyoto, Japan. A winner of the ISIF Asia Awards 2023 is the Lahore University of Management Sciences, LUMS, for their work on software-defined Internet Exchange Points, IXPs. Wanting to make software-defined networking, SDN, more accessible for smaller IXPs in emerging economies, the LUMS team developed a method to conveniently retrofit IXPs with open-source SDN applications. Led by Zartash Afzal Usmi, the team was able to retrofit an IXP in a lab setting, intended for deployment at a local IXP in the capital city of Islamabad, using their own prototype software package, which can help bring down operating costs via automation.
What has happened since the start of the project is that we have been able to successfully deploy internet exchange points in Karachi as well as in Lahore. So now there are 3 internet exchange points in Pakistan. Many service providers in each of these 3 cities are bringing in their optical fiber cables to the internet exchange points in the respective city, and they are exchanging traffic with each other. There is still a big challenge. So the physical connectivity is there. The big challenge which still remains is convincing these service providers to actually exchange the traffic through this internet exchange point. We try to convince them, this will save a lot of money for you, which you can use to offer additional services and bring the state of the internet in the country to a higher level. So that's something that we are hoping to do in the coming months.
We congratulate Zartash Afzal Usmi and the team at LUMS, and we trust that this award will help them on their journey towards supporting their community through innovative uses of internet-based technologies.
Thank you. Zartash, I was wondering if you could stand up, and I will have the AP NIC Director General, Paul Wilson, here today, and we'd like to invite him out the front to present the award to Zartash. Paul, could you just make your way to the front? We'd like it, keep going through. We have our online community that would love to see your beautiful faces and present the award to Zartash.
So you already just make sure they were on camera. There you go. It's good photos.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
The awkwardness of this.
It is that moment. Our second awardee is from Myanmar Internet Exchange, and the project lead is They Min Kain. They are receiving the award for their work establishing Myanmar's first IXPs. We have another short video to introduce the project.
The ISIF Asia 2023 awards include $5,000 for research costs and a travel grant to the Internet Governance Forum in Kyoto, Japan. A winner of the ISIF Asia Awards 2023 is MMIX, Myanmar Internet Exchange, for their work developing and operating Myanmar's first Internet Exchange Point, IXP. As a non-for-profit, community-led exchange, it is carrier and data neutral, providing IP peering facilities for its members. Since the start of operations in 2017, MMIX has grown to 2 IXPs and 3 points of presence, POPs, with 26 peer ASNs, and plans to extend their network reach to a data center.
There is no rules and regulations when we set up this IXP. We set up this IXP by ourselves and we report it to the ministry regularly. Data ministry allowed us to operate officially. The biggest challenges is negotiation between local ISPs and content providers. Many engineers live in country for their future career, so we have to create local stuff by ourselves. We could set up RPKI system very early in this region. We regularly train the ISP member. We share our knowledge and experience. We will set up another ISP in another city, and we will also set up small POPs in other cities as well.
We congratulate Ten Min Kim and the team at MMIX, and we trust that this award will help them on their journey towards supporting their community through innovative uses of internet-based technologies.
Wonderful, thank you. And to present the award, I'd like to welcome Sylvia back to the front of the, the stage, so to speak, and Ms. Kine here to present the award. Thank you. Hopefully everyone got time for photos. Otherwise, we can do that afterwards. And the final awardee is the University of Malaysia, and the project led by Dr. Tek Cha Ling for their work on the design, development and operation of an SDN-based internet exchange playground for networkers. We have the last video to show you about the project.
The ISIF Asia 2023 awards include $5,000 for research costs and a travel grant to the Internet Governance Forum in Kyoto, Japan. A winner of the ISIF Asia Awards 2023 is University of Malaya, Malaysia, for their work on the design, development, and operation of an SDN-based Internet exchange playground for networkers. A valuable simulator that can help train technical operators and strengthen routing security of IXPs. To foster participation, there was online training, tutorials and seminars, particularly focused on engaging women in the field.
We want this playground to simulate and to work like an internet exchange point. Under this internet exchange point, we actually also introduce the RPKI of the in the BGP into these environments. So the student actually can learn so-called the security of RPKI and the BGP. This will actually help to reduce a lot of fake or routes inside our environments. We are hoping to see that in the future, we can actually get more collaborator to join in and become a node that is connecting to us. And because our environments are more towards a distributed environments, so we are hoping to see that more countries or more collaborators can join us. And from there, they can also utilize it and then to train more networkers in the futures.
We congratulate Dr. Ling Tak Chow and the team at University of Malaya, and we trust that this award will help them on their journey towards supporting their community through innovative uses of internet-based technologies.
Thank you. If we can get Dr. Ling up the front. And to present the award, I'd like to welcome Jun Murai, who in addition to being the board of the foundation, is very well known here, and even being called the father of the internet in Japan. So he's the president of the Wide Research Institute and the dean of the Graduate School of Media and Governance at Keio University. Thank you for those photo opportunities and well received for the beautiful work that you guys have been doing. Before we go into a couple of question times for our awardees, I'd like to just hand it over to Sylvia.
We normally have a very distinguished guest that likes to join us today. He's being served, and he apologized earlier this morning that he was not able to join, and he sent me some remarks to read on his behalf. So dear Sylvia, the APNIC Foundation has been a key promoter of internet innovation in Asia Pacific and beyond for many years. It has been my privilege to participate in this work from time to time and to acknowledge how important it is that newcomers to the internet, entrepreneurs and innovators are recognized for their efforts. I regret that another event required my attention during this session, but this does not dampen my enthusiasm for the APNIC Foundation's continued efforts to expand and improve internet access and use. Those who are sponsored by and honored by APNIC are benefiting people everywhere. Please keep up with this good work. Being served, Chair of the IGF Leadership Panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sylvia. So I'd just like to take the next about 20 minutes, 20 minutes, just to ask our awardees some questions about the work that they're doing in their economies. So my first question for Ms. Kine, as a practitioner and an implementer developing IXPs in Myanmar, what will be the main challenges for engaging network operators in the country at the IXP from a multi-stakeholder approach? What can the region and international community do to support your work?
Yes, for setup IXP, negotiations are the most difficult parts. So especially negotiation with the network operators, big network operators, mobile operators, because they are big and they do not have so much interest in IXP. So for the community, we need to find out what kind of interest they may have connecting to the IXP. So we need more content connecting to the IXP. So also they should have awareness, mutual connection each other will be better, staying alone themselves and going outside traffic or do the overseas. So we can reduce more latency. So more and more content arrive to the IXP. They will also interesting to connect to us. So community should support, especially content providers. Thank you.
Thank you. This question is for Dr. Ling. In your view, what will be required to continue to build capacity and confidence within your young engineers interested in internet network operations and management? And what are the future areas related to knowledge development?
Thanks for the questions. Whenever we do any teaching and so on, I like to emphasize on the word easy access. But in reality, easy access is not easy. For most of us, you don't feel that. But actually, if you go through least developed country or still developing country, you will start to feel this thing. So what we are trying to do is to have an environment for easy access so that the young networker can actually got the opportunity to actually use the environment. That's number one. Number two is we want the environment to be as similar as possible to the real environments. So even in during one of our training, when we start to pump in the internet routes into our environments, everybody's machine hang. So in our normal learning environments, you can't encounter these kind of things. When you learn, they will ask you, set up 2 BGP, exchange. Thank you very much. You get my route, I get your route. Thank you very much, correct? But in reality, that's not the way. And in reality, also, you are configuring your own environment ASN, and the other guy is configuring the other side. And you must make sure that they are actually talking to each other. And unwanted route should not be coming in. So these are all the things that we slowly want to develop into the environment so that it will actually work as close to the real environment as possible. So of course, as I mentioned just now in the video, we also hope we have POP in many countries. This is because in our last project, another project sponsored by Asia Connect, we managed to get funding so that we can put our machines over there. And we use the RAN, Research and Education Network, to actually run through the SDN and also allow BGP routers to be actually hosted. And the user can eventually set up their own path in between all the routers. So these are the things that we are hoping that in the near future, there are other countries can join us, and then we have more POP, and more people actually can benefit there. So what are the things that we want to look into it? We are hoping that we can look into AI-assisted IXP environments and also more security onto the internet exchange. So that's what we are looking forward to. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My last question is for Mr. Zartash. What are the challenges that you face as a researcher to bring your proposed solution and research outcomes to practice in Pakistan? Are any of those challenges common to other parts of the APAC region?
Thank you, Alicia, for the question. And I would like to list some of the challenges starting from identification of the problem. You know, as a researcher, I was looking at the state of the internet in Pakistan, and the apparent gap of the absence of internet exchange points in Pakistan led to the identification of this gap and identification of this research problem. The next challenge was to put together a team to solve this problem and secure funding for solving this problem. And I would like to thank ICF Asia and APNIC for providing the funding for this project. I work at a university, so I had easy access to the talent, and thankful to the colleagues and the students who have worked on this project. The next challenge was going out of research and actually deploying the system in practice. For that, as a university professor, I would not have been able to do it on myself if it were not for several government organizations who have provided support. So one of the big challenges was to identify the locations where we could host the internet exchange points, and Higher Education Commission of Pakistan, which is a government body, Pakistan Telecommunication Authority has been throughout with us for identification of the locations, and then Punjab Information Technology Board, which is also a government body. They allowed us to host the internet exchange point at their location, and these locations serve as the neutral locations, which is an essential part of deployment of the internet exchange points. And the next step was to ask the service providers to bring in their optical fibers to the internet exchange points, and in that also the telecom regulator, Pakistan Telecom Authority, played a key role in convincing the service providers, small and large service providers, to bring in their optical fibers to the internet exchange points in all the 3 cities. So that challenge was also solved. The next challenge, which is yet to be solved, is to make sure that the internet exchange points are fully utilized. We still do not see a lot of traffic through these internet exchange points, and it will require more effort convincing the internet service providers to actually exchange the traffic. And one of the reasons that we have identified is the lack of CDNs and content hosting in Pakistan. We are making an effort. Pakistan Telecom Authority is at the forefront of this effort, and we are hoping that some of these large content providers, CDNs, would be able to deploy their presence in Pakistan at the internet exchange points, which will incentivize these smaller service providers to actually make use of the IXPs that we have deployed. So these are some of the challenges that we have faced, some solved and some are yet to be solved. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sartash. We've got a couple of minutes before I ask the three awardees for closing remarks. Is there any questions from the audience? Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. My name is Vakas. I work for PTA, and thank you, Dr. Zartash, for mentioning PTA being one of the partners in the IXP. My question is actually to Epinic Foundation. This is so you see these are technical projects to improve the internet efficiency, performance, and to reduce the latency and all. So in terms of technical impact, these projects are huge, but at the same time, I also believe that the economic impact of these projects is also a very valuable data to have. And why I mention this is because you mentioned $9.4 million or something, right? But in terms of impact, this number would be much higher with these projects and all. Probably we also need these numbers to address one of the challenges that Dr. Zartash has mentioned, which is about convincing the governments or to the CDNs and all to come and be deployed in Pakistan. And with my experience, I've seen that government understands numbers way more than just the objectives of the project or anything. So is there any future plans, or is there any data or any research or that can prove the economic impact of these projects, which we can then use to sort of build a case for more IXPs or for more similar projects like this in Pakistan? Thank you.
Thank you, Wakas, for the question. Well, I have to say that from the foundation side, we've been working on a monitor and evaluation framework to try to understand the impact of the work of the foundation in a better way. And then in that field, there is something called attribution and another element called contribution. So even though $9.4 million sounds like a lot of money over 15 years, small projects like the ones that we have funded in the past, it takes 3 to 5, sometimes longer, to actually reap the fruits of their labor. I think Professor Sartash can share the horror stories of the beginning when he was trying to just open the dialogue for that to happen in Pakistan. And all the 145 IGF grant recipients can also share many of those stories. The part that I would like to highlight is that the funding that this program facilitates and the funding that the foundation facilitates builds community. So in the end, we are also investing in people, and we are also investing in their minds, in these wonderful minds that are here. The number of dollar signs that are behind the work of Dr. Sartash that we were able to provide are very small compared to the support that he gets from the university, the support that he gets from you and the VTA and other people in Pakistan. But the part that would be really interesting to see, as you very rightly say so, is how the foundation and other donors in this space, how can we aggregate our contributions into something that shows how we are really working for the internet we want, for the internet we need, for the internet we want to preserve. But again, it's around attribution and contribution. To wrap up what I was saying, it's very difficult for an organization like us to say that we have done this or say that this is our impact. That is a very personal view. We have contributed to it, but it cannot be attributed only to us. And it's very important that we highlight that this is a healthy ecosystem of organizations that are committed to work in this space, and that are, in the next few days, we have a called for a meet and greet for donors in the internet development space. Exactly, because there are a bunch of organizations that are working at a national, regional, and global level contributing to this and trying to figure out how we express our impact collectively is something that we are all grappling with. There is only a couple of results frameworks that are associated with internet adoption. One is the UNESCO indicators for internet universality, the ROAM-X, which are like 100 and something indicators that are just really hard to, be able to monitor. But the more organizations and the more projects, even at a smaller scale, start measuring against indicators like that, then the easier it is for all of us to look at not only what we have achieved, but what's next, what's missing, where are the gaps, and how can that small funding that we have available can be of use for that particular community. There are projects like or initiatives like the Partners to Connect at ITU that are simplifying a lot of those indicators. The same, in a similar fashion, to try to get people that are investing in this space to talk to each other and to see, okay, what are your priorities and how that is progressing. Very difficult to do when there are conflicting funding agendas also. So giving space for practitioners in the field, like Kain in Myanmar, and for researchers and educators like Tartash and Professor Link is super important, because they are just, it is all come together. It's a multi-stakeholder approach to advance IXPs in the region. And I hope these examples are illustrative and support IXP development also, knowing that we have representatives here from Latin America and from Africa in their meeting, not in this room. Just seeing how these lessons learned and how this information can more accurately share on the building of IXPs in the region. But thank you very much for your question. I hope it's a long answer, but it is a complicated process. The internet is very new to be able to have that all mapped out, but we are working on it. Thanks.
Thank you, Sylvia. Is there any last questions before I hand it over for closing remarks? So I'm just going to ask then, in the last couple of minutes that we've got for just our awardees, perhaps to just reflect and just give 2 minutes on what's next. You're at the IGF, there's a platform for you. What does IXPs mean for you, and what's next for your economy? Dr. Satash, would you like to start?
Yeah, I think we are talking about the affordability and pervasiveness of the internet for masses. So we solve some of the technical problems, but there are other sort of issues that also require some attention. One of the things that I would like to mention is which is related to internet affordability and access, broader access, is international connectivity. And I will specifically take the example of Pakistan, which is like a big country, 5th largest country in the world. The connectivity of the country to the international routes is only through the southern part of the country, which is undersea cables, not connected to any of the neighboring countries, so not exchanging traffic there, which brings in a lot of inefficiencies, and the access becomes a lot expensive for the ordinary users, and this is where the geopolitical scenarios they come in the way. And I think there has to be some effort, probably other people who specialize in that area, to make sure that geopolitical situations are neutralized in order to bring what was probably envisioned as the broader internet. Everyone is connected to everyone without any geopolitical situation. we can reach there, one day.
Thank you. We'll hand that over now to Ms. Kine.
For MMIX, we set up the first IXP in Yangon, and recently we set up another IXP in Mandalay. Relating to the content, without content, no ISP like to connect to our exchange. It's also content provider is also the same. Without network operators, they don't like to connect it like a chicken egg. So we are approaching to the CDN provider, and we can provide some traffic to the ISP. So we are running this first IXP. For the second IXP, at first when we set up, there is no content. So we have to adjust this problem using the technical. We are carrying traffic from the Yangon and to the Mandalay. So we are providing some traffic from all the traffic from Yangon to Mandalay. And later we requested CDN. So when arrives the new CDN, we can provide traffic locally. So Myanmar have three biggest city: Yangon, Mandalay, and Naypyidaw. Naypyidaw, we already reached our service, but now Naypyidaw is most of the network are government network. And government network is still not connecting to MMIs. Now all the connections are private setters also. We also targeting another city. The city we are targeting is many ISP are locating there, especially for the small and medium. Big ISP, they are not interested to connect IXP. So they have their own transmission, their own international link. So without forcing or without the interesting to connect MMIX, especially for the content they will be interested, they may not connect to us. So we are targeting for the small and medium ISP. We will set up another port that location if there is a demand. We also consider not only the same city, but also some parts of the Myanmar areas. Even they have only 1 and 2 ISP. We are negotiation with the transmission provider. We'll carry remote traffic and connect to the Yangon and the Mandalay IXP. So we are planning like that. Thank you.
Thank you. That sounds really promising. And Dr. Ling, just last closing remarks from you and your reflections.
I always believe in how impactful a project will be than how many people actually you publish. So for us, we got a grant from Asia Connect. We set up all the infrastructures, and we use this grant to do all the training. And we are hoping that we can actually enhance the playground, put in more features, and later on, we will do more trainings for the young networkers and so on. So I would also like to take this opportunity to thank ISIF for giving us the grant, and also my university for providing us the environment, and also my collaborator, Dr. Chua Pangwei, Chai Pangwei, Dr. Aris Ridianto, and also my project admin, Satish Kumar, for their helps in actually putting up the whole things. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, thank you everyone for joining us online and in the room. And I'd really like to especially thank the Asia Pacific Internet Development Trust and APNIC for your support. For your support, we have cookies. I hope everyone has also collected their cookies as enticement. But I also want to recognise and thank our awardees who have travelled quite far to be here and showcase the work that they're doing in their economies. So appreciate your time today. Thank you. That concludes the proceedings, and for the awardees, we might have a few photos, so with the extra minutes we've got. Thank you. How are you? Very well. You look
テストです。テスト、マイクテスト中です。テストしてます。マイクテストです。マイクテストです。テスト、テスト、マイクテストしています。テスト中です。マイクテストしています。マイク
The next session. Whoopsie.
はい、大丈夫です。PA さんがこれいただいてて。はい。大丈夫だと思います。ありがとうございます。 嬉しいですけど。
あ、じゃあ、そして、はい、お願いします。
すみません。
ありがとうね。
後輩です。
ありがとうございます。いけるかな。
はい、大丈夫だと思います。
はい、OK、OK。聞こえてますよね。大丈夫、音声大丈夫ですね。音声、今これでつながってるんですから大丈夫ですね。
多分今、音でミュートしてください。オンされました。
聞こえますかね。
あ、声聞こえてる。
あ、そう、今つながってるから。OK、OK。よかった、よかった。素晴らしい。なんだろう。これなんかね、とっても面白いかもしれない。こうダブってて。どうしようかな。立った方がいいんじゃないか。なんか立ってるような気分になるじゃないですか。正確こうピンマイクしてくれた。でも、そうか、プレゼンテーションモードセットしてないし。あとは何分で。もうオンタイムですね。はいはい。ちょっと立った方がいいんですかね。わかんないですけど。お、来た来た。Welcome. Thank you for joining us today. I think we're on time at 4:30. I'm Christopher Tate from Connect Free Corporation. And today we're here to talk about Internet 3, an internet based on 21st century principles. And today, hopefully together, we are going to reinvent the internet. That's a big thing to talk about, reinventing the internet. What does that mean? Well, first we need to think about how the economy works. I think that the first internet really worked well because it fit with the economic trends at the time. Obviously, if something doesn't work economically, then it's really hard for a lot of integrators and people to connect to. But if we think about the economy, go back to basics, like Economy 101, we think about goods and services. And really, we have to think about what is a good, right? A good is something that usually some sort of specialized manufacturer or entity creates. And then it can be bought or sold. And obviously, usually you think about a good when you buy it, that you get to own it. You get to own the goods that are made for you, that you purchase. On the other hand, services are kind of another unique kind of thing. It's something, I traditionally think of services, something like, maybe I want to eat a hamburger. Instead of going to the supermarket and buying lettuce and tomatoes and the meat, if you're a meat eater, and the bun, you might want to go to a company called McDonald's, a shop called McDonald's, and buy a hamburger. Or instead of managing your own wealth or managing your own cash, you want to maybe keep it safe in a bank, have them do it for you. Or even maybe you don't have the time to clean your suit or clean your clothes, so you end up contracting the services of a dry cleaner. So these are usually things, when you think about services, we really think of services as something that you can do yourself, but you choose not to because you either have the luxury to do so or it's economically viable for you to do so. And so that really kind of brings the question about, well, what about internet services? Internet services, are they the same thing? Is internet service something you can do yourself? What about internet services? And so we really have to think about really kind of the core of internet services, the internet service provider. And so historically speaking, the internet was not really for everyone. It was built mainly for the government and later research organizations. And it was not immediately understood that everyone would be able to connect. This is not something that really we think everyone would be connecting to. It was mainly, again, to reiterate, for governments and research. But then the advent of the personal computer kind of changed a lot of things. And obviously the cheaper modems got, so you could use the existing telecom infrastructure. And we saw the rise of something called the computer bulletin board. And really these computer bulletin boards, these BBSs required administration and a central phone to connect to. And then eventually some entrepreneurs realized that they could further centralize the system nationwide. So instead of having a BBS that your friend or a friend connects to or creates for you, the idea would be that you would have companies that would provide the centralization to do this nationwide. And so this was the birth of the online service provider, or instead of an ISP, what we say the OSP. And so these OSPs sold monthly subscriptions to access their systems. Normally, you'd want to have like access to a newspaper or access to a television, subscription or magazine. And so this is kind of the thought process that there was a resource of information somewhere not in front of you, something you need to dial into, a monthly subscription. And so as we are well known today, some of these in the US were CompuServe and later AOL. But then, as we still think about it, traditionally these are still a service. Theoretically, they're still a service. If you really wanted to, you could still set up your own BBS independently. Who wants to do that? So it would be great to say, okay, CompuServe, okay, well, why don't you do that for us? Why don't you create the connective service for us? It still made sense that, that there's these companies that would do something like creating these BBSs for you instead of you doing it yourself or having someone in your community do it for you. But then in 1991, specifically with the backing of the White House, the internet, which was then known as the NFSnet, which is the National Science Foundation, finally opened up access to commercial entities. This is great. This meant that not only the entrenched government and research entities would use the internet, but also commercial entities as well. And so obviously what took place afterward was a land rush to obtain as many IP addresses as one could get. Apple to this day, not to hone on Apple, I mean they did something great. They decided they wanted to get space, so they got a whole 8 block of IP space. And even today, Amazon Web Services owns 1.7% of the IPv4 address space, which is around 73 million addresses. Quite a lot of addresses. Now, really, what comes next is that there's a lot of industrious entrepreneurs, like the entrepreneurs that created the BBSs, the OSPs, that realized that they could sell a monthly subscription to access the internet itself. And so I pulled this from the Wikipedia on the internet. And you can see here there's something kind of weird, is that the internet's all the way up there. And you've got tier 3 networks and all these networks and stuff, but the internet is way above, and where are the customers? The customers are not in the internet. They're down the bottom. They're kind of tethered onto the internet. They're not in the internet. They're just kind of accessing the internet. I think this is a fundamental problem. I think this is kind of interesting, pulling up the Wikipedia was such an interesting image for me, because really you are not an internet user. You're an internet subscriber. There's a distinction. And so ISPs should be called internet subscription providers. So as long as IP addresses are centralized, I think that so too is the internet. And that's unfortunate. And so getting to the internet we want, which is kind of the theme here that we have today at the IGF. And really, the internet that we want is unfortunately not the internet that we currently have. We find that we want more from the internet than what the internet can currently provide to us. And believe it or not, if you were to place the word internet with electric grid 100 years ago, you'd probably have the same thing happening what we have today, the electric grid that we want, per se. And so this is interesting because just like the internet, the electric grid is very dangerous. It's a dangerous thing. If you touch directly to the electric grid, you might get shocked. Before the invention of the socket, the only option to repair light bulbs was to call an electric company who would send an electrician. This might be very hard to believe, but again, 100 years ago, different time, different technologies, there were people that were connecting the electric grid directly to the light bulbs in these houses. And so here in Japan, a gentleman by the name of Konosuke Matsushita. He was one of those electricians. And he realized that an invention, a socket, would allow anyone to change their light bulbs independently of electricians. And so, as the story goes, and it is a story, there's, obviously you go to the museum inside of Panasonic's headquarters, they've got a whole section, a whole corner of it. But basically, his superiors balked at the idea that common people would work with dangerous light bulbs. Who would want to do that? Who would want to work on that? That's dangerous. And they even preposterized that they might even lose their jobs to commoditization. That if anybody could change a light bulb, what would happen to me? What would happen to my job? And so he thought of he thought of both sides. He thought of his colleagues. I don't want people to lose their jobs. But then again, he thought about the rural side of Japan. There's so many places in Japan that can benefit from electricity, can benefit from these innovations, but unless they can create a world that doesn't need direct electricians to change a light bulb, then his hopes would not happen. So he founded Panasonic. And today, they make very many useful products that everyone can use at their leisure at any time. And so the internet, like the electric grid, still requires professionals to work to its full extent. And unfortunately, if configured incorrectly, the internet can be hacked, filtered, and redirected. These are all things that we work with. I think a lot of the people here at this IGF, we're in our different work groups, and we're talking about these different things. And so, although the current internet has enabled economic opportunities for billions of people, it also fundamentally hinders the future of our modern economy. And so what do I mean by that? Well, I've got 4 different things here. The first is, without encryption and authentication at its core, cyberspace is less of a trustworthy society and more or less the Wild West of our modern economy. Number 2, the internet architecture places too much power in the hands of network administrators who can be coerced by bad actors or repressive governments to shut down networks or filter information. We've seen this a lot around the world. There's a lot of news about it. Something happens, war breaks out, and then all of a sudden the internet goes down. Can't connect anymore. This is a really hard thing to work through. And so obviously, because the way that the current architecture works, it's really easy to, even if there's good intending people at these ISPs and these institutions, you put a gun to someone's head and it changes. Third, the governments and corporations that currently utilize this stuff, they're forced into this kind of idea of private networks, which in turn limits our innovation and economic freedoms by creating closed networks in the name of security. Here in Japan especially, there's a lot of carriers who are well-meaning. No one's bad. No one's doing bad things, but at the same time, they are marketing these closed networks to their clients, that you can have a closed network, a closed 4G, 5G network that connects directly to the cloud. And the problem with this is that it, again, further limits the access to the internet, right? You want to have so much connectivity to all these different devices and different services, but we end up seeing a lot of carriers in the name of security closing down the networks when we should be keeping them open. And fourth, politically repressive governments have been hijacking Western technology and are rapidly extending it to create digital authoritarian ecosystems. There's a lot of keywords here, but basically, people are using the internet that we invented in America, the land of land of the free and the home of the brave, and using it to do things that are not, let's say, in the name of freedom. And so, instead of relying on a few network engineers that we have, the question really becomes, why not make an internet that anyone can securely operate anywhere? This should be a no-brainer. I'm going to say it again. Instead of relying on the few network engineers that we have, why not make an internet that anyone can securely operate anywhere? And so that's Internet 3. Internet 3 is an internet that works. You wanted to clap there? That's great. We haven't presented you here. The internet, it's an internet that works like a good instead of a service. Instead of buying access to the internet, you are the internet, and so am I. Instead of relying on network engineers, the software that the Internet 3 is based on autonomously maintains connectivity at all times through all interfaces. So normally what this means is that when you get an IP address, it's usually on one interface. You're connecting to Wi-Fi in a cafe shop. Well, you've got the Wi-Fi's cafe shop's IP address. And you might have the IP address of maybe your phone that you're tethered to, right? So a computer today, unfortunately, has so many different IP addresses, different connectivities, but instead we wanted autonomous to do that. So then, instead of fearing connection, Internet 3 allows you to welcome it, right? We get this a lot in the corporate world. If you go to, maybe your partner's office, a different corporate partner's office, and they've got the Ethernet cable out on the table, and you're tempted to use it, and then, he says, no, please don't use our internet because our network administration says you shouldn't do that. And so we want to create, an internet where everyone is connected at all times. Just like the electric, we've got these electric cables here on our desk right here, right? We just, plug into it, have fun with the electricity. Well, we should have the same thing with the internet. And so really the fundamental change is how you get your IP address, right? A corporate network, you want to maintain that only your corporate people are having IP address. So we see this as a really big problem. Who owns the IP address? And so the internet was born in a world where computational power was limited and quite expensive. I mean, we're talking about mainframes, right? And then we had, generally started getting in the direction of the personal computer, but it really wasn't until, Apple came along and others came along that allowed us to think about, computers in terms of personalized power. But again, computers were good at moving data and not calculating math. And so we really see a fundamental change in the 1990s. But unfortunately, the export laws limited how math and cryptographic primitives could cross borders. So we have the technology to do a lot of security, but unfortunately, we were worried about how this technology would be placed in others' hands. And so by the end of the 20th century, the internet had a second protocol implementation, as we know it today, by IPv6, but it continued to remain tied to an address registry. Yes. And so this changes today with Internet 3. Inside of most smartphones, probably most everyone's smartphones here sitting today, there is something called a Trusted Platform Module, or TPM. Apple likes to say that it's called the Secure Enclave. And when you watch a Hollywood movie or download an app from an app store on your phone, the content you receive is cryptographically signed so that only your phone can use it. We call this DRM, which is normally, when you think about it, it's not a really happy technology. It's kind of a closing technology. But the flip side is that Internet 3 can utilize this TPM in a completely new, revolutionary way that changes the game. So instead of asking the network for your IP address, who am I, Internet 3 software asks the TPM to generate a public key that maps to an IPv6 address. And so specifically, because this is a broad claim to make, what are you doing? Specifically, we generate a curve25519 public key and cryptographically hash it into an IP6 address. So what does this mean? It means that when you're connecting to another node and you talk to the node, normally what would happen inside the browser happens at the protocol layer. And because every node on Internet 3 has this public key, you exchange public keys and are able to ascertain not only who the other party is, but the other party can ascertain who you are. Not in terms of a privacy data standpoint, but actually as more of a kind of a specific kind of physical property of the network, right? So obviously here we have DNA and we have our faces and our fingerprints. You don't know who someone is, but you do know what they look like. And so in the same way, every device on Internet 3 knows what they look like. And so this is kind of a rough illustration here. So you have the trust module inside of the computer, and then that has a secure public key. And from that secure public key, we hash that into an authenticated IP address that you can use and share. And because it's backwards compatible with IPv6, all of the applications on top of Internet 3 work just like they did before. So we're completely backwards compatible with all of the IETF protocols above layer 3. So that means TCP. That means all of the other application suites. It means email. All of the applications that you like and love today, they become automatically encrypted and authenticated. And we think that this is a great trend to create. So this means that without any public key infrastructure at all, we can create an internet that is not only 100% encrypted, but also 100% authenticated. And I think that this is kind of the crux of what we really need. And so, you know, there's so much to get into. You know, I've spent 12 years of my life, and our company has been around for 12 years to really kind of work this through. You know, it works over existing layer 2, so you know, any kind of physical layer that you've got, you can still use today. It's always authenticated IP addressing, so instead of having, you know, if you go to a website and you know, put a username and password, the website knows who you are, and you know that you're connected to the website. It works, again, to reiterate, with existing software, so anything that speaks IPv6, you know, you can put it on top of Internet 3. And then again, it's software-defined network, so that's networking, which means that you don't have to go get another switch or a router or some sort of other hardware or thingamajig to plug into your computer. It's software, you download it, it works. And again, to reiterate, it's a patented solution. We've been working on this for over 10 years, so we've been lucky to get some very core patents. So you can see that where a lot of security is up at layer 7 and is hit and miss, Internet 3 integrates internet security and encryption and authentication at layer 3. And so in that way, anything above there is completely secure. And so seeing is believing. So I wanted to show you guys kind of a demonstration of it running. I'll walk around here to the computer. I was expecting a stage, right? Because you're going to have a launch event. You think you have a stage, but I like this format too. It allows us to be more together. So I'm going to switch over here, and I apologize if, you know, in order to accommodate some of the infrastructure here. So this is one of the applications. So again, this is Safari by Apple, and you'll notice that it's not. We haven't changed Safari anyway. You know, it's Safari version 17, and you'll see that at the top here, I've got an IP address. Now this IP address is a little bit special. It starts with FC, and that is a special range inside of the IPv6 mandate where it's called the site local address, which means that the site local administrator can do whatever they want with that address space. And so we, again, hash our IP, our public key into this IP space. And so we can create IP addresses that don't conflict with the current internet. So again, this is Internet 3. We can use the, you know, I can go to Google here. I'm not going through VPN. I'm not using any kind of things. You know, it's completely backwards compatible with things, but it doesn't mess up your current internet connectivity. So it's an additive solution. It's not that you have to use Internet 3 or not. You can use Internet 3 and you can use the existing internet simultaneously. And so this demonstration I've got, it's kind of a cute little website here that I've got here. And this was actually made by a couple of high school students at the Fukui Technical High School. And what is this thing here? Well, it's a little web application here that's running on a Raspberry Pi inside of our offices in Fukui Prefecture. And right now, it's kind of hard to see. Maybe I'll zoom up here. We are opening the door, the main security gate to our offices in Fukui over Internet 3. And so what's kind of special here, I'm going to stop it here because I don't want to go too far. Maybe I'll let the cats and dogs in here. What's really special about this is that we have a special arrangement with NTT that allows us to use their fiber optic network without having ISP built into it. So right now, here in Fukui, this property doesn't have an ISP registered. We don't have any kind of ISP services there. It's just a fiber optic line from the NTT network. And then somewhere in the border of NTT's network and this internet network, we have another Internet 3 node, which is relaying this traffic with the NTT network. And this is, again, all done kind of in a P2P fashion. And so what's great about this is that, again, if I'm going to switch to the administration page here, you'll see that it's, you know, simple application made by high school students. There's a security tab here, and you can see that there's these different IP addresses. So this is my IP address right here. So if I comment this out, here and then hit deploy, you'll notice that if I refresh the page, it says permission denied. And so this is really important because it means that I can control who accesses what resources simply by what IP address I own. So if you want to do this with, you know, public keys and TLS and all this stuff, it requires real knowledge of security primitives. But with Internet 3, it's just a simple string that you have to match. So as long as I match, I want to close the door, so I'm going to redeploy here. And so we reconnect here, and then I'm going to press the down button here, and then I'm going to close the door. And so what this means is that without using the cloud at all, we can just connect to all of these devices on these high-speed networks. Most of the phones in everyone's pockets here, they're on the 5G network, right? And they're running 24 hours a day, and you plug them in to charge at night, and they have multiple gigabytes of storage, and they have all the photos and the data that you want to share with your friends. Why not have an IP address on your phone that you can connect to? Why can't your phone be a server? These are the kind of questions that we ask ourselves every day at Connect Free, and I just want to show you for the technical people here. So if I do a netstat, which is kind of shows the local network table of this machine, you'll notice that how we implement it is that there is a rule in the network table that says anything that starts with FC, send it to this virtual network adapter. And if I pull up the virtual network adapter, you can see that then this IP address that's generated from the public key is there. And so some other things that you can do with this. Obviously, there's a lot of software that runs on IPv6. So for instance, if you look at, for instance, maybe before we connect here, let me open up the setting. So this is the IP address, the Internet 3 IP address of this Windows server that we've got. And of course, Internet 3 runs on Windows as well. And so if we connect here, you'll notice that I'm on a Mac here, but I'm connecting to Windows machine. And then if I set up, let me see here. If I open up the network control panel here for network adapters, you can see, and if my antivirus loads here, okay, let me pull it to the side here. Yeah, so if we pull up, you can see that again, the Internet 3 IP address has been assigned to this adapter. This is a virtual network adapter. So to the operating system and to the applications, nothing is new. You've got an IP address that you can use, and we can tell your friends, hey, this is my IP address, and you can control it with a normal firewall as well. So again, going back, I'm going to go back into my so again, this is working. So it's not like so kind of the cool thing about this is that it's working the way it should be, but all of this has been encrypted and authenticated, which is great. So it's not like it's such an additive technology, but there's no cost to do any of this, right? You just install it and it works, which is the way it should be. So I'm gonna go back to my presentation here and kind of get more into talking about, and I apologize, there's a lot of words on this slide, I apologize. So basically, you're going to hear a lot here today at IGF about something called DFFT, Data Free Flow with Trust. What is that? What does that mean? And the late Prime Minister Abe presented at Davos in 2019 to the G20 group that really the internet needs to be, in one way, more accepting to data flow, but in another way, having more to do with trust. And so, again, I apologize, it's a lot on the slide there, but really, the question we also kind of ask ourselves, why do we still trust the telephone system, right? Well, because all of the applications on your phone, like SMS and voice, and even here in Japan, we still use fax machines a lot. This is all authenticated by the network layer. The telephone company asserts that the telephone number is going to be trustworthy. But unfortunately, the internet itself, there's a lot of people like blockchain and Web3 and these other well-to-do people that are trying to do something on top of the internet. But really, the problem is that by trying to reinvent trust on top of the internet, you're still having to deal with the cost of the internet itself. What that means is that even though you're trying to do something better for the internet, right, and try to help people, you're still having to work with the tremendous cost of the internet itself. So Internet 3 gets around that by providing trust from the device layer. So because each Internet 3 device is a router, is routing secure data for other devices, you're able to get all command, control, and communication applications in a way of trust, right? That everything can have trust. It's not just one application. It's not just one computer. It's all computers and all applications. And so I'm kind of moving into the weeds here a little bit. You're also going to hear, hopefully, more about something called zero trust. And zero trust is a specification defined by the United States National Institute of Standards and Technology. And this is very important because of what it means is instead of having these local networks, we redefine the way network security is by saying that we shouldn't trust anyone to begin with and only trust the connections that we are able to trust. And so why Internet 3 plays a huge, important role into how zero trust will go forward and how communication will go forward is because every computer is authenticated by the public key that is inside of the computer. When a packet comes into the other application, right? So if you're connecting to another application, immediately that application knows that this IP address is definitely coming from whatever computer it's coming from. Now, they don't know what name the computer is or the user is. They don't have any of this privacy information. Just like I'm looking around the room and there are some new faces and there's some old faces, right? I don't know everyone's name here, but I can look in everyone's direction. I can see who you are. You have the right to exist in reality from your DNA, right? If you walk into a bank, the bank can say hello to you. They might not know your name. If they do know their name, they can greet you. But we hope that we can do the same thing here on the internet. And so really, we want to convey that we think that Internet 3 is the best way to implement zero trust. Now, is it hard to use? What do? Well, it's really simple. You download software. You double-click it. It activates, and you're online. That's the way it should be. So very simple to use. Again, for embedded devices, we have a developer program that allows you to work with us to integrate Internet 3 into your device. And so in kind of one slide, you can see here that we have really, for a plethora of different markets, a solution to helping everyone connect. And so the real critical question now that we come to this juncture in our time together in this 1 hour slot is really, well, this is great and all, but how do you guys make money? You said it's a good. How much does it cost? What is your business? And so we really think about kind of, instead of, again, to reiterate, instead of having the internet become a service, we think it should be a good. So we sell the IP address for a one-time cost, right? And you know, although we don't have any kind of slides to it today, generally our idea is that it'll be free for people, and we want to make money on the devices. If you look in the ceiling, there's a lot of lights, there's a lot of infrastructure that is around us and helps us get through the world. I think the term in the United States is operational technology. So a lot of people think of the internet as being a solution for IT, for information technology, but we think that the internet should go more towards the idea of operational technology. There's a lot of infrastructure that apparently is going to be hacked or hackable, right? We want to help to help to see that we're not hacked, that we're all secure and ready to utilize the infrastructure in ways that increases GDP. And so by selling the IP address for a one-time fee, it really helps us do two things. One is it helps the manufacturers take responsibility for the product. What does that mean? Anyone who has ever bought an IP camera knows that when you buy the IP camera, you end up spending a lot of time setting up the IP addresses and doing all these different things. Whereas in the future, when the IP camera comes from the factory, it already has an IP address because it was generated at the factory. You know, you can write it on a label. You can put it on a QR code. There's no need to do any kind of setup because for the lifetime of the device, it's always the same IP address, which means it's trustworthy. And so again, because the public key and the associated private key is generated inside the device, we don't have any control over that. We can't revoke that IP address. But what we can do is we can activate and bless the device. And what that means is that we associatively sign the key so that other nodes in the network knows that it is actually bought and paid for. And so I like to use the term bless instead of activate because you can do the reverse of activation. You can deactivate something. It's really hard to unbless something. Once it's blessed, it's blessed. So we like to use the term bless. But the idea is that, again, to sell these IP addresses. That's our core market. We think there's about 1 trillion devices in the world that might be available for Internet 3. So that is, if you sell it for $1 per device, it's $1 trillion. We think it's a huge market. And so to help us really grow Internet 3, there's a number of core partners that we've been working with. We've been very shy about who we work with at this current juncture because we haven't been really public in our activities. And so at IGF here, we're going to come forward. But remember, we have these collaboration partners, Omnimo, K.L. Gates, and Mitsui & Company, who have been fundamental in helping us navigate really what is going to be, hopefully, a huge juncture in how we communicate. And so I'd like to change gears now and hopefully kind of reiterate what we're doing. I mean, there's a lot of different things that I can talk about, but it's best to have really kind of these experts talking. So if I may, can I ask Mr. Hishida to give some comments about oh, you got your mic, okay, great, about Internet 3. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. My name is Mitsuhiro Hishida. I am Director General of the MIC Japan Hokuriku Regional Office based in Kanazawa. Actually, I am posted this position since this July. Until then, I was working for the Global Strategy Bureau of the MIC, and I was working for the global negotiation like the G7. The last G7 was, by the way, held in Takasaki in this April. Well, at that G7 also, we talked about this the internet governance. We noticed that there is some government control over internet. Sometimes there's a government shutdown. There is sometimes government internet fragmentation. So the theme of this IGF is, as you know, the internet we want. So what is internet we want? As Chris mentioned, there's if you want to do the IoT business, you need to get free access to internet, and you need to have a secure ICT infrastructure. According to what I heard from this Chris presentation, I understand that this Internet 3 is an innovative new service that will enable the zero trust, and also it will be the secure. It will provide a secure IP address for each IoT devices. So I hope that from the viewpoint of the Hokuriku Regional Office Director General, such a new innovative service should be first introduced in Hokuriku region's companies and also local enterprises, so that they can show that this new technology really is feasible and also can provide safe access to internet. This is my comment. Thank you very much.
It's okay to clap. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah. So again, we've had a lot of support from the Hokuriku region. A lot of people don't know where Hokuriku is. It's kind of north of here and a little west of Nagoya and Tokyo. But we like to think of it as Cyber Valley, the upcoming place where a lot of this innovation will take forward. So thank you for your comments, Mr. Hishida. So next, I want to kind of switch gears to Mr. Katsuhisa Sasaki, Mayor of Sabai City. And thank you, Mayor, for coming so far out to Kyoto. And so, again, Sabai is a really core city in the Hokuriku region. And so I'd like to hear some comments from Mayor Sasaki. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I am Katsuhisa Sasaki, the Mayor of Fukui Prefecture, Sabai City. Sabai is a city no one went and Betty eyewear, which make up over 19% of nationally produced glasses frame. Our city is also known throughout Japan for its SDGs 5 gender equality, sustainable development, any city. We believe that gender equality is a key to a prosperous future and strongly to be a sustainable city in which people come together, flourish, and take on new challenges. I am here to support Internet 3, which will contribute to Sabai's sustainability. Now, Samantha, from our Resource Center for Implementation of SDGs, we address our thoughts on sustainability and Internet 3. Samantha, those.
Thank you, Mayor Sasaki. Before I start, I would just like to make one correction. The English coming out at the top of the screen said 19% of glasses for Sabaya. The number is over 90. Just wanted to make that distinction, sorry.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Samantha Kawaguchi. I am a Canadian based in Sabaya City. Much of my work focuses on the Sustainable Development Goals. Within that, mostly goal number 5, gender equality, and other areas such as diversity and intersectionality. And today, I have come here with the mayor to speak a little bit about how Internet 3 correlates with Sabaya's initiatives for the Sustainable Development Goals, and how that implementing Internet 3 is a great way to further sustainability in not just our city, but in other local cities very similar to our own. And before I start, I would like to mention that Sabaya is a small city of about 70,000 people, but it has greatly been considered one of the forefronts of the local SDGs initiatives. It's a role model city in especially regards to goal number 5, gender equality. And this is for many reasons, but one of the big ones stems from Sabaya's history with women's empowerment. Unlike some of the other regions in Japan, Sabaya historically has seen many women involved in the workplace as well as in their family lives, balancing career and child raising, which is something very specific to Sabaya and the Fukui region. And currently, women are still in the workplace, active as ever. Much of the women are involved in family-run businesses, which still to this day make up a great number of our local industries, such as glasses, lacquerware, and textiles. And it is for this reason that Sabaya started being very particular in its SDGs, especially gender equality initiatives. And today, with the current environment of Sabaya being pretty different than other regions in Japan, where we have the highest percent of women employed and women working as well as men working, so dual income households. So with this background, we spent a lot of time and strive to further not only gender equality, but all of the sustainable development goals. And some of the ways that we have done this is through various initiatives that both the city and our local companies and industries engage in, such as we have a network that really promotes gender equality by bringing together leaders of our local businesses that have implemented policies within their workplaces to encourage gender equality. We encourage paternity leave in both our public and private sectors. And we also celebrate many global milestones, such as International Women's Day, to spread more awareness of how gender equality is something very necessary to a sustainable society. And we feel that in Sabaya, Internet 3 is a very, very important tool to not only doing more things towards gender equality, goal 5 from the SDGs, but also all of the other SDGs as well. So this would work with all of the 3 pillars of sustainable development, such as the economic sector, the environmental sector, and the societal sector. So for example, with Internet 3, there would be no fees, which would make internet way more accessible to a larger amount of people. So for example, there would be more means to go online and access educational tools, and for people to be online without having to pay monthly costs would mean less barriers. So this would directly relate to SDG 4, 5, and 10. And that is on an individual level. On a consumer level, Internet 3 would relate to the SDGs by providing more ways for developers to get involved in actually developing and innovating towards new solutions rather than trying to rehash old things and trying to work more on security. So this would mean more inventions, and this could really reframe the way that all of our companies and industries work, how our inner structure functions. This would correlate to SDG 8, 9, and 11. And this is directly. Indirectly, it has the potential to correlate with many other SDGs, such as poverty, healthcare, as well as areas pertaining to environmental issues. And it is for this reason that we think that Internet 3 would also be a very, very key factor to digital peace online, because with Internet 3, everybody will have safe access to the Internet, and this will allow for a digital democracy in which we can all focus on our human rights and our safety in order to use the Internet in a way that was different than what we have used up until now. And it will be better for us on as humanity on a whole in order to access the Internet. And this will pertain to SDG 16 for peace. And another huge factor in Internet 3 is SDG 17, because through global partnerships and local partnerships as well, everybody can come together to use this new type of Internet to have more access to a free virtual world. And this will be a great opportunity for everybody to come together and tackle much of the societal issues that we all face together as humanity. So Internet, as we all know, as everybody here knows especially, Internet is such a vital part of our lives. It really is an indispensable lifeline. And in regards to diversity and human rights, the Internet is one of our rights, and we should be able to access it in a way that is free and is safe and is accessible to everybody. So it is for this variety of reasons that Internet 3 can be a great tool that can help Sabae's sustainability, but not just our city. It can help many cities, much like our own, that are trying their best to deal with local issues and do their best towards global issues as well. So we hope here from Sabae, a little city of 70,000, that our showcase of what we are doing and how Internet 3 can really speed up our sustainability process and help our town grow even more. We hope that this could have been a little hint for everybody listening, and that you too can find something that Internet 3 can help you with. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Samantha. I think that, obviously, Sabae is really important for a number of reasons. One, it only has 70,000 people, but it's really what I think the model Japanese town. If Sabae, if it can work in Sabae, it can work anywhere. And I really want to touch again on what Samantha was talking about with equality and women's equality, in the sense that through Internet 3, there's been different projects inside of the city to help remotely connect to the Sabae City Network. So what does that mean? It means that if you need to be at home, especially during COVID-19, it was very hard for people to connect into these networks, these governmental networks. And so we were able to talk to the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications to get the right checklist, the right guideline checklist to be able to use Internet 3 inside of a governmental setting. And that really changed it so that people could take their, they could use their laptops from home and connect into their desktops and do the work from their home when they weren't able to before. So again, that really helps for child bearing and helping with the home issues. And so again, to reiterate, it's really great to hear from Sabae City today. So I'm going to change gears a little bit. I want to introduce Mr. Hideshi Takanagi, who's next to me. He's kind of a unique person. He's from the Shinten-noji Temple in Osaka, and he is kind of a very artistic person. And so I think that a lot of people think about the internet and digital as being this kind of high-tech thing. And I really hope that Internet 3 can show that it integrates well with culture. And what that means is that a lot of people are still thinking kind of what we would say in Japan is kind of an analog method. And through our relationship, he has kind of helped me find that digital can also really be connected to culture and connected back to really society in a very profound way. And so I'd like to ask him for a little comment here. Yes.
Yeah, I'm real unknown people. Yeah, thank you so much. Let me introduce myself. I was born in a traditional Japanese family. I played in the traditional Japanese entertainment. Played at the traditional Japanese instruments. Japanese is so you know it's a koto. Yeah. So it's koto. I play. This is the symbolic is just no, it's okay. It's something like that. It's so. But I am a new or new wave. I want a new wave. Yeah, I had I had bought a computer in 1977.
Oh.
Yeah, 1977. Yeah, all the display in the keyboard, display the Sony is the keyboard, the Yamaha, and you saw tape recorder. Yes. What to use? Yeah, yeah. And maybe the 100 yen, 100万円. Yeah. So and to be so Japanese and to be continued to step by step as so and analog and so digital in a combination.
Yeah.
Yeah. To be continued. Yeah. And by the way, it's a Japanese situation. Yeah. Now Japanese situation, economic situation is so bad. What? Yeah, yeah. As Tate, thank you so much. It's a what? And so Japanese situation, economic situation is bad. Why? What? Yes. It's so. In 1970, 1980, 1960, 1970, 1980, yeah, it's so go, yeah, yeah, go. But in 1990, yeah, and so 90 from 99, yeah, to now, yeah, from 1999 to now, it is so. This is what to say is 13 blanks. 30 blanks. 30 blanks. Why this? Yeah, it's okay. 30 blanks. 30 blanks. So kuhaku no 30 nen. Yeah.
So there's a 30 the last decade, right?
Yeah.
The last decade, as we would say.
Yeah.
The last decade.
Yeah. So I can fit in digital, to be continued from 1977. But in Japan, almost Japanese people and Japan cannot settle into internet and cannot set into digital. Yeah? And because it's so economic, it's almost things is wow, yeah. And I think I catch Internet 3.
Oh.
Thank you so much. I got Internet 3.
Oh.
Yeah?
He got it.
You think so?
He got it.
And I think the Internet 3 is meaning is a last consciousness of human beings. Consciousness is a human beings. That Chris say is Internet 3. Its meaning is the last consciousness human beings. We hope Internet 3 create Japan and so create the world. Create is a new world. it is possible for us to create new world. Sir, Tate, Chris, thank you so much.
Thank you. You know, I think that everyone, we're trying, right? And I think that a lot of people, they're so excited about this new idea of an internet that we can own together. The internet connects us today, a lot of places, but it also connects us, it doesn't connect us. There's a lot of places on the earth that are not connected, where it's important to bridge the gap and bridge connectivity, not only just in a technical means, but also in, sometimes a spiritual mean even. And so, it's a lot of people. Anybody can join Internet 3, and that's what makes it very special. So I want to let's see here. We switch. So we've got a TV spot. Maybe we can kind of slow things down here. I think just to kind of introduce the TV spot. We're really thinking about the name Connect Free. Our company's name is Connect Free, and just to give you kind of a perspective, I grew up in Seattle, Washington, connected to the Macintosh for the first time at 3 years old, got on the internet at 4, started writing C language at 5 with the ThinkC interpreter. Graduated early from high school at 15, went to Silicon Valley, got invested in by Ron Conway, got into the scene there. So I went from Seattle to Silicon Valley, which is a big move to me. But I realized something, and that was at 19, and that was that a lot of the world didn't understand Japan, and still doesn't understand Japan. And growing up in Seattle, there was a lot of Japanese people around me, and I really wanted to understand why they weren't getting it. Why didn't people get Japan? And so I traveled Japan at 19 because there was a lot of people in Silicon Valley that just didn't believe in Japan at the time, unfortunately. And so when I came to Japan, I asked them point blank, why don't you use the internet more? Why don't you use technology more? And just like we just heard, in the 1970s, 1980s, people really interested in technology, but when it came to 1990s, they're really hard pressed to get in there. And so it was really about freedom and responsibility. For the Japanese people after the war, the word freedom shows up in the Japanese Constitution 11 times in Japanese. And so it really forced the Japanese people to really think about what is freedom? What does it mean to be free? And their interpretation was to be 100% responsible. And so we really think that kind of changed me a lot as an American to really think about there's a lot of ways you can think about freedom. And so I realized that we could connect better, we could connect more free. And so that's where the name Connect Free comes from. And so I want to put the TV spot on here to talk about a little bit how we think about freedom. Can we get more of the speakers? So with that, I'd like to, in today's, at least this portion of the talk, Internet 3, you can access it at internet3.net. And I think that we're starting something together today. I think that we still have maybe a few minutes of time here. We've got 4 minutes left here. So I want to open up and see if anybody wants to, kind of come forward and talk, if that's feasible. If not, we can see you back at our booth at number 39. And I hope everyone has a great IGF. Thank you.